Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 117th running of the National Western Stock Show and the event that we will be doing here in this ring today, the Market Sheep. Judging our show today, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jordan Ambergy. He's from Mount Sterling, Kentucky. He's married to his wife, Maggie, and they have a one-year-old daughter, Jay. They own and operate Ambergy Genetics. Jordan is the Director of Sales for RSG, and he is very honored and excited to be here at the National Western. If you would, give him a warm round of applause and welcome him to the National Western Stock Show. Thanks for being here, Jordan. Entering the ring is Class 1 of the Dorsets. In this is our only class, so it'll be judged up to the champion. Judged all the way through the champion, since there's only one class. Join Kirk Steerwalt, renowned Andis livestock grooming educator, for a live demonstration in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Kirk will explain the latest techniques to create award-winning results with your Andis tools. Please check your schedule for dates and times. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer. Murdoch's Ranch and Home Supply. Family, work, pets, land. Murdoch's has you covered with jeans and boots, hardware and fencing, toys and tack, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities.
Well, good morning. It definitely goes without saying. It's such an honor and very privileged to step foot in the ring at the National Western. And, if this is any indication of obviously what we're going to see as we get into later breeds and the Blackface portion of your guys' show, definitely it's going to be all that in a bag of chips in terms of not only the elite showmen out there in the country, but the number of unique animals that is going to be brought to me in the ring today. And for me, as we start off your Dorset division, I think it comes down to a pair of them. And they're a pair of wethers that I read as athletic in terms of their build and movement and overall skeleton. And of the group, there are two wethers that just overwhelm their lower contemporaries in power and mass. And there are some comparable advantages on each end of your study in that top pair. But just for me to go ahead and set precedence or the tone, if you will, of what I'm going to have, and all my class winners, hopefully today at the National Western, is this guy in front of me. I think Reed, that one is not only the one that just overwhelms the group with muscular and masculine traits, but to fit me, he's the one that is naturally taller at the base of his shoulders. He's got a head carriage that can lick the lights, but most importantly, you study the skeletal blueprint on that guy, and just in terms of quality, progression, and the shape and contour to his body shape, he's the one that equips the manly traits with an elegant, sleek look up front. To me, I think that one just fits me the best out of this particular division. Congratulations, that young lady, on her champion, Dorset. No doubt, I think there's some parts and pieces and enough outlying components on this guy to get this one in the top pair of your Dorset division. And that comes from his flank forward, because I can go ahead and listen to the fact that he is wild in terms of his body shape as our class winner, but if you break him down, I don't naturally think he is as elegant and built as proper as the one that we just discussed. Not only that, I just need to modify him in terms of his flank line to go ahead and have the angular and proportionate look that we find in your class winner, but a good-looking one that can get out and boogie with the best of them. Congratulations to that young lady on her reserve Dorset honors. The one here in third's no slouch, and if you wanted to tell me that that one rivals your class winner in look and presentations alone, I can buy that. But I'm going to sell you on the fact that as we round out your top three, he's the most inconsistent in terms of how he's handling all of his extreme parts and pieces. You watch that one going and coming. I just wished he went to the ground with the same consistent width and go power that he has in his back shape up high. Guys, if you wanted to muscle trait these things out and just say, I'm going to handle them and use the biggest in terms of their back shape and use the biggest in terms of just bulk and chunky center body width, you can do that and be accurate on this guy. I think he overwhelms the class. Like I said, if you wanted to single trade on muscle, width, and just a fat old rear leg. But guys, when you start talking about the basics and fundamentals of livestock, he's more conventional than I deem ideal. I need to modify him in terms of how he operates on both ends of his skeleton. As you round out your top four, I read him the straightest and most restricted in terms of his movement on each end. The 1 and 5 I think is very deserving because I sure thought he's got enough outlying pieces to send him to the scales and get him in the top 5, and that comes out at his foundation, and I think he might actually have the advantage over that one we just discussed. He's got a big old boot on him, and he's got an accurate symmetrical rear leg. I just read him as more nondescript, not only in his muscle, but his body quality as well. Excellent group of Dorsets to start your day. Congratulations to all those kiddos.
Results of the Dorset class. In 11th place, J.C. Matt Mondragon, Monte Vista, Colorado. 10th place, Jace Begay, Pierce, Colorado. 9th went to Alex Black, Marlow, Oklahoma. 8th, Ace Arnold, Saratoga, Wyoming. 7th place, Luke Thomas, Elk City, Oklahoma. 6th place, Adley True, Alt, Colorado. 5th place, Sophie Young, Leesburg, Ohio. 4th went to Paige Garrett, Yorkshire, Ohio. 3rd to Cal Sidwell, Gill, Colorado. 2nd and reserve champion, Ella Greiner, Keota, Iowa. And 1st place and your champion of the Dorsets, Kobe Scroggins from Moore, Oklahoma. Both Kobe and Ella will return at 6 o'clock this evening in the arena across the way for the Grand Champion Drive. Entering the ring is a Speckle face. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Superior Farms is proud to help sponsor the National Western Stock Show. We invite you to see more about how we help family farms. See the video at superiorfarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives from Superior Farms are directly behind the announcer's table, and they're handing out lamb meatballs that are delicious. I had one yesterday. Don't miss that. They are fantastic. They have recipes for you and a sample. Thank you. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. The Colorado Farm Show is proud to support the National Western Stock Show, and they invite you to attend the 58th Colorado Farm Show taking place January 24th, 25th, 26th at the Island Grove Regional Event Center in Greeley, Colorado. The Colorado Farm Show brochures are available at ringside or at the announcer stand. Complete details are also online at www.coloradofarmshow.com. Centura Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Centura's connected ecosystem of 20 hospitals serves communities across Colorado and western Kansas. Find one close to you at centura.org.
A really interesting class, a deeper class or a division, if you will, out here in your white-faced crosses than we've seen in the Dorsets. And you know what, quality runs immense, but obviously for me it comes down to a pair of them. And obviously I know people have their favorites around ringside and critics, and hey, that's okay. I'm a big advocate of always picking to your type and kind, but I think when you get the cordless microphone and you get the good seats or the bird's eye view, which I get the privilege to have today, you can nitpick and find things maybe that you couldn't around ringside. And I think finding the attributes that you have to have, like I mentioned in that Dorset division, the assets and the things that these guys bring to the table, and each and every one of your class winners, your class winner that does that and brings it up to the highest level is the one directly in front of me. Simply put, that one's got the Denver kind of look in terms of having the stock show look about him in terms of his presence and his arrogance up front. He's ready in terms of being so descript and raunchy down his back with shape. And still one of the most impressive viewpoints is when you get to the three-quarter angle and you study the accuracy and symmetry from his rear hock, from his stifle to his flank to his bottom of his chest plate and sternum. I think everything is angular and is in balance and is very proportionate. And those are all the textbook attributes that I'm after in terms of finding these stock show caliber winners on this stage. The one here in the second is no slouch, and I'm going to say this one's got the advantage, the comparative advantage over your class winner just in terms of foot size, rear leg posture, and width. And I think after that, I think maybe that one falls short because that one is chunkier back. He's not as clean as an expressive in terms of his shape going out of the backside of his shoulders and into his loin. But most importantly, when you get that guy on the go, I'm going to need to modify both endpoints of his body. He's a little short coupled in terms of his feature and neck extension as well. I don't think he reads as naturally higher and taller shouldered as your champion Dorset, but I think one that needs to be in that grand drive tonight just in terms of his presence, his width, and muscle, and still being in a good enough and attractive enough package. The one here in third was the problem child, and I'm going to be honest, that one rivals your champion white-faced cross in terms of his look and silhouette because that one is the arrogant show sheep that's got that stock show caliber look that I'm after. He is wild-bodied in terms of his last rib forward. He's shallow-chested. He's a GQ in terms of his look and presence up front. I think as the class ran on and trio ends. I just didn't think he had enough in terms of my personal estimation, in terms of the heat he throws going down through his back and the width at the ground. 4 and 5, I can be sold on the fact that you can flip-flop these, and I'd personally be okay with it because I think the one here in 4 where that one excels, maybe the other one in lacks, and vice versa. The one here in 4 I read as one that is fault-free in terms of just his basics and fundamentals. That's a high-headed, arrogant type of a show lamb that is right in terms of his basics and blueprint of his skeletal system. I just didn't think he had enough outline components to go ahead and push him on up any higher. I need to bring apart his hip length and make him more stable and comfortable off of his rear leg as well. The one here in 5 is no slouch, and like I said, that one's got the comparative advantage over that one just in terms of his handle quality, freshness, and overall bulk going down through his back. I just didn't think in terms of body weight distribution he was in the same league as those 4 above him. I need to level him off of his hip and rear leg to move that guy up as well. An excellent, excellent division in your white face crosses. A very, very good duo on top.
Results in the Speckle face class. In 10th place, Kayanu, Texaco, New Mexico. In 9th place, Presley Strader, Salem, Missouri. 8th went to Olivia Sandy, Stephenville, Texas. 7th place, Cal Sidwell, Gill, Colorado. 6th place, Mason Harris, Perry, Oklahoma. 5th place, Hadley Broadwater, Crawfordsville, Indiana. 4th went to Colby Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. 3rd place, Tristan Salopek, Las Cruces, New Mexico. 2nd and reserve champion, Lila Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. And your champion in your speckled face division, Kennedy Mitchell, Waveland, Indiana. Next in the ring is the AOBs. If you're looking for that extra edge in the show ring, consider the Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis, now available with ceramic edge cutting blade. Designed for competition, the Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Create your way with Andis. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer. At Murdoch, save on the essentials like jeans, boots, hardware, pet supplies, fencing, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck.
going to be honest, in terms of being challenged, the all other breed division has been the most difficult in terms of my estimation and judgment call, just in terms of not only the wide array of breeds and influences in terms of muscle and build and skeleton. Sometimes comparing these things is like comparing apples to rocks, but I think it's once you step back and just call good livestock and find quality no matter what shape and size and color it comes in, very comfortable with how the top 5 shakes out. I think it comes down to a top 3 of them, and it does so in a hurry, and I'm going to be honest, I could use that 1 and 3 and be comfortable with it, but ultimately I think it comes down to basics and fundamentals of those elite animals, and I think that's where the one that it's going to go ahead and win your all other breed division does so is from the basics and fundamentals standpoint. I think you work this guy at the ground. I think he's overwhelming in terms of his width. I think he's out there in regards to his feature and in terms of just the way the back half of one's body is supposed to be assembled from a hip and hind leg standpoint with symmetry and accuracy. I think that one walks and talks about anything that's been in the ring thus far today. My question was, is that one just Jordan speed in terms of looking at one from the side? And I think when I got the good seats way back there by the holding pins for the pig show, that one is naturally better in terms of his shoulder height. I think size for size, that one not only today but always will be in terms of studying this trio, the better body one in terms of the shape and contour to not only his mid-body but his forerib and how it transitions into the lower portion of his blade. The one here in second and third was the challenge because at first glance I was way in on this one in second because that one appears to be the tall-shouldered one. That one tells me that that one is so secure and deadly about his top line that I need to go ahead and win with that one. First thing, picking on that one, I just didn't think at its natural state that one was as elegant in terms of his front end assembly as the one we just discussed. But most importantly, that one falls short of that class winner just in terms of his basics and fundamentals. Coming and going, I just didn't think he kept his width and bulk and just chunk with the same consistency as he has going down through his back as he's studying that ground. Just need to see him widened coming and going at the base of his ground. The one here in third's the problem child because that one can give you as raunchy as a look as possible at times. Other times he gives you this look that I'm appearing right now that his spine and top line isn't as secure as those two we just discussed. And I think when you put that guy at his natural state, I think that gets highlighted and secures my opinion that not only is that one's spine not sitting as sturdy in him as that duo we just discussed, but I also need to modify as a consequence both endpoints of his body to see that guy assembled more elite like we find in that duo we just discussed. Whoever's behind this guy here in fourth, the young man and his parents and people behind the scenes, I commend you guys for bringing one that is by far the best one in terms of skin, hydration, and handle quality out in your top 5. Not to sound redundant, but I had to make the judgment call. Is he as wide at the foundation of the ground as he's telling me up high? And that was the decision and the choice that I had to do. Just wished he matched from top to bottom with the same consistent look and appearance that he's got going down through his back. The oddball out here is one that I think is very elite for this particular breed. He's unorthodoxly shallow-chested. He's radical in terms of his flank line. I guess studying him at the 3/4 angle, I just thought he fell short in terms of just true chunk and body shape going down through his forerib and center body. That was a heck of an all other breeds division. Please join me in congratulating all those kids, a very elite duo on top.
Results of the AOBs. In 10th place, Avon Anderson, Ringwood, Oklahoma. 9th place went to Annabelle Blasius from Mustang, Oklahoma. 8th place, Avon Anderson, Ringwood, Oklahoma. 7th, Brock Morvet, Linville, Iowa. 6th place went to Brylan Bryant, Ashland, Ohio. 5th, Trace Dearman, Leveland, Texas. 4th place, Cole Bynum, Corsicana, Texas. Third went to McKinley Clem from Tahoka, Texas. Second to Chloe Clem from Tahoka, Texas. She's also your reserve champion. And the champion in the AOBs is Lane Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. Entering the ring is Class 1 of the Blackface. Class 1 of Blackface entering the ring. Join Kirk Steerwalt, renowned Andis livestock grooming educator, for a live demonstration in the Beef Palace Auction Arena. Kirk will explain the latest techniques to create award-winning results with your Andis tools. Please check your schedule for dates and times. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together for those exhibitors that are on the rail. They're going to be dismissed at this time. Thank you very much, exhibitors. If you weren't selected as the top 5, thank you.
Well, as you can tell around ringside with the size of the population of the crowd, that if you were bored with the Dorsets and the Specs didn't trip your fancy and all other breeds just weren't your thing, I think the heat's getting turned up pretty easily in the first class of this Blackface division, and rightfully so, because not only were numbers as deep and as impactful as that we've seen, we've got a top 5 of them that are just ultra good, and then it comes down to a pair of them, to me, that I just think are dominant in terms of what they bring to the table. And there's no ever reason for me to sugarcoat things other than the fact that your class winner just fits me in terms of the things that I like and have to have in every class winner on something of this stage. In terms of his basics and fundamentals, his body weight distribution, the progression and angles to his body, and still being so extreme, yet so soft and basic where he needs to be. He's accurate on his feet and legs. He can get out and hinge with a great deal of ease. But most importantly, when you study him at every angle, I think in terms of his body shape, the length and proportions and the relationship between his shoulder blade and his hip angle, I think that one screams to me the fact that not only does he set the tone throughout the rest of the day, I think he sets the tone in this lightweight division in terms of one that just fits me in regards to all the extremities that he can bring to the table, but still yet is so basic and fundamental where he needs to be. The comparative advantage point that class winner has over the 1 and second is just sheer shoulder height and length. He is longer hip than the 1 and second. He is naturally taller shoulder than the 1 and second, and I think he's better bodied than the 1 and second. That being said, if you wanted to go ahead and single trade on width, single trade on muscle, and just handle quality alone, you can easily flip that pair. I guess I get the privilege to have the cordless microphone today. I like that pair just in terms of basics and fundamentals of body weight distribution. The one here in 3 has that advantage over that one we just discussed because that one is wild in terms of his rib cage. He is big in regards to his back, and he is extreme in terms of his muscle. I just wish all those extremities matched him at the foundation. As you round out the top 3, he's the most juvenile and fragile in terms of his foot size and rear leg. Just need to see that more consistent with the bulk and extras that he's got up high. The one here in 4 is no slouch, and I think if you wanted to judge the class blindfolded, you would find that one was one of the better ones just in terms of his handle quality out here, and you can make the sales pitch that he needs to be in the top 3 from that viewpoint. For me, it's when you take that blindfold off, he's easily, as you round out the top 4, the plainest and most vanilla in terms of his presentations, his look, and his build. The one here in 5, I thought sure had enough extra pieces to go ahead and send him to the scales from the aspect that he's a naturally high-headed, tall-shouldered one that's dead level in terms of being seamless going down through his back. I just didn't think he read with the overwhelming extras that we find in your class winner. Most importantly, I need to see him come with more dense shape going down through his back and center body. Guys, that was an excellent way to start your Blackface division. Please congratulate all those kids on an excellent class.
Results of class number 1 of the lightweight Blackface. In 10th place, Ainsley Kramer, Holyoke, Colorado. 9th place went to Caden Dobson, Morton, Texas. 8th, Nate Thomas, Elk City, Oklahoma. 7th, Peyton Donna, Glen Rock, Wyoming. 6th, Nate Thomas, Elk City, Oklahoma. In 5th place, Larae Cox, Lawton, Oklahoma. 4th place, Sophie Young, Leesburg, Ohio. 3rd place, Cole Bynum, Corsicana, Texas. 2nd place in that class was Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. And 1st place in class 1 was Amy Moore, Sonora, Texas. 1st and 2nd will come back in for champion drive of lightweights. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989 as the innovative leader in livestock show supplies. Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Superior Farms American lamb is delicious and easy to cook. Visit superiorfarms.com for great recipes and ask for American lamb at your favorite restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, there's representatives from Superior Farms behind the announcer's table serving lamb meatballs that are delicious. They'd be more than happy to have you come by, answer any questions you have. They've got recipes and they got a sample. So help yourself. Thank you. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies, backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. The Colorado Farm Show is proud to support the National Western Stock Show, and they invite you to attend the 58th Colorado Farm Show taking place January 24th, 25th, and 26th at the Island Grove Regional Event Center in Greeley, Colorado. Colorado Farm Show brochures are available ringside or at the announcer stand. Complete details are also online at www.coloradofarmshow.com. Centura Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Centura's connected ecosystem of 20 hospitals serves communities across Colorado and western Kansas. Find one close to you at centura.org. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to, you can give a big round of applause to the individuals on the rail. Stay here. If anything weighs out, we got to have something to pull from. So just hang out in a minute till we get all these weighed, and then we'll release you. Thank you. Those on the rail can be dismissed at this time. Those on the rail can be dismissed at this time. Yeah, thank you, folks. I've had both kids and grandkids showing, still do, and I know how many hours they spent in the barn. So thank you for that.
You know, as we get into that second class out here in your lightweight division, a very competitive yet, to me, difficult class, especially in the top five to sort on, because there's a wide array of different types and kinds that a guy can tie into. If you wanted to single trade on muscle, you can use the one in fourth and fifth to go ahead and lead off this class, and then we've got quality jammed throughout the rest of the contemporary group. But honestly, the top three all just resemble high quality animals, but still yet they all bring different things to the table in an elaborate fashion. I'm going to be honest, I wish that guy was better looking and taller shouldered up here in my class winner. But outside of that, I think he hits a home run from his scapula back. He's just overwhelming in terms of his bulk, his chunk in terms of her center body, and it's still a unique factor on that, guys, for as wide and just masculine as that is from front to rear. You study his baseline, and I think everything fits with body weight distribution. Like I said, I wish I could put the one in seconds front end posture or an arrogance on that guy, but unfortunately, we live in a world we can't. I'm just more comfortable that he brings the totals to the table against his contemporary group. It pressed on me really ultra hard, my man here in second, to go ahead and tie into this one, because from that one center body forward just screams me in terms of the contour to his rib cage, his elevation and sexiness up front, and still having enough bulk and just dimension coming out of the backside of his shoulder blade. My hold up, and I think his comparative disadvantage to your class winner, is the fact I'd like to lengthen out his rump. I'd like to see him come with a more bounce and flexible bend to his rear leg. Not only that, I need to see him more practical about his flank and hydrated about his baseline. But guys, from that one's big rib forward, I think sets the precedence maybe as we start progressing in weight in terms of the front end that I'd like to see on my class winners. The one here in three is the problem child, and I think if you wanted to live in the world of completeness and safe and accept it, you tie into this one, because there's no glaring holes or blatant flaws in this guy in my mind. When you study that one in terms of his rib cage and center body, it is overwhelming just in terms of the way that those ribs roll off of his spine in a round and short shape. It's just the endpoints that rib cage lies guys within that I need to modify, and I think that gets sold to me on the fact that as you study him against the two we just discussed, he's a fraction straighter off each end coming and going. The one here in 4 is, like we said, if you want to muscle cut these things and handle them out, let's do it and run with the 1 and 4th, because he is a monster in terms of his back shape, center body, and his width from stifle to stifle. As you round out your top 4, he's easily the plainest in terms of his appearance and posture up through the front half of his body. And the one here in 2nd tells the same story in terms of just having that extra bulk and mass and width underneath. Unfortunately, when you start studying the ones in terms of basics and fundamentals, he falls at a distance 5th just in terms of how he's resembled or constructed in regards to his body shape and front end design. Excellent class, a heck of a duo on top.
She was going to get it. She's not back yet. Results of class number 2. In 10th place, Olivia Kauser, Princeville, Illinois. 9th place went to Addison Zerbach, Roseburg, Oregon. 8th, Tristan Salopek, Las Cruces, New Mexico. 7th place, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 6th place, Reagan Rogers, Savannah, Missouri. 5th went to Kirsten Walk, Sulphur, Oklahoma. 4th place, Laney Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. 3rd place, Clay Randall, Canute, Oklahoma. 2nd place went to Graham Newsom from Olton, Texas. And the winner of class number 2 is Bailey Amstutz from Richwood, Ohio. Entering the ring is class number 3 of the lightweights. First call for class number 4. First call for class number 4 of the lightweight Blackface. First call. If you're looking for that extra edge in the show ring, consider the Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis. Now available with ceramic edge cutting blade. Designed for competition, the Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Create your way with Andis. Second call for class number 4 of the Blackface. Second call for class number 4, lightweight Blackface. This is your second call. Get her off. Hey, tell her no more hitting like that. Right there. You got to back off on hitting. Easy on the hitting, guys. Easy on the slapping. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Easy. All we got to do is kick one out. I'll guarantee everybody else will figure it out. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Sonda offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Well, I know I'm not supposed to do it, but I'm about ready to just get on my soapbox.
Tell her to mute it. Is that showing? Is that got live sound?
Yeah, from the microphone.
Can you mute it?
I don't know how.
Okay.
Which microphone?
Well, I guess.
The one that he's got and the one that I've got?
Yeah. I guess
That
if
one
we, like,
it's not. But
unplugged it and then plugged it back in.
do I do it in the barn, Mike? I'd like this for all these people to hear. They just need to understand who all's watching.
Yeah, we need to mute it somehow.
We'll ask the, when she, I don't have to do it right now. When she comes
Okay.
back, we'll, it's like, do you not understand how many people don't want you doing what we're doing right here? And it's not just that crazy that was up there in the chicken
I think
soup with blood.
everybody needs to hear it.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Does it matter if it goes over the deer?
Settle them down.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything that's not the truth. I'm not going to tell them. I'm just going to tell them they need to understand that there's people watching all over the United States, and they have no idea who's hooked into that computer. And there's, Lauren. Just move this way. Unit, yeah. Thank you. Ready to try a delicious change? Serve your family American lamb from Superior Farms. There are so many ways to enjoy lamb with easy recipes at superiorfarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, exhibitors and their animals are the only ones that can be back in that back alley. Again, each of these exhibitors has worked long and hard to get here. Let's give them all the opportunity that we can. So if you're not an exhibitor with a lamb in your hand, you need to exit that back alley. That is for exhibitors and their lambs. Everybody else needs to move. Is this mic on? Exhibitors and their lambs. The only ones that can be in the back alley. Everybody else needs to exit. That's fine.
That one over at the gate's not good. I know.
What, is he somebody important? Neither do I.
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't give her the mic.
Who's that? That's what I should have said. Who's that? quicker on my feet.
Makes me wonder if the people giving the directions are the ones that spend all the time in the barn, and these kids just hang out inside on the Xbox, and that's why they don't know what to do. Easy. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Bond and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the National Western Stock Show. I'm to the point I'm going to do it whether they can or not. I'll just be a lot more careful what I say. Yeah. Next page, I guess. All the way at the bottom, Cade Charmison. Holy moly, did your lamb get the best of you, Cade? Good luck, buddy. Okay. Morgan Evans down right there. That's Brady. I don't see him. Down at the bottom. Oh, there he is. Braden Bowers, yeah. I think so. 22 Tanner. The Colorado Farm Show is proud to support the National Western Stock Show, and they invite you to attend the 58th Colorado Farm Show taking place January 24th, 25th, and 26th at the Island Grove Regional Event Center in Greeley, Colorado. Colorado Farm Show brochures are available ringside or at the announcer stand. Complete details are also online at www.coloradofarmshow.com. Nice round of applause for those individuals that are exiting at this time. Thank you.
They found this phone in the girls' bathroom.
Okay. I think I've seen that kid.
What happened?
There's money. Truck and trailer and the pig. The pig might be worth more than the truck and trailer, depending on who it is. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a phone turned in that was misplaced in the women's restroom. It's been turned into the announcer's table. If you can open the phone, we would be more than happy to give it back to you. There was a phone turned in here. It's at it was found in the women's restroom. Thank you. Once more, if you are not an exhibitor with the lamb in your hand, you need to exit the back row. The back alley is for exhibitors and their lambs. If you are back there and you don't have a lamb in your hand and you're not of age to show at this show, you need to leave. Thank you. You're having a hard time understanding that, aren't you? What? We still haven't got coffee either. I need to get him coffee.
Well, honestly, this third class of the Blackface division, this is what you sign up and sign the contract to see, because there's some in the 7th and 8th hole that you made the trip to Denver, Colorado to maybe accomplish a goal of winning a class or on into the lightweight division. And maybe that's why I pumped the brakes a time or two, because I think for the kids, the parents, and the breeders, it's justified on my end to make sure I'm comfortable with and get everything an accurate yet honest decision that I'm true to myself. And I'm very happy with how the things shook out here in this particular class. And it was challenging, other than the fact that I need to figure out what was going to be second through last, because simply put, there was no beating this particular sheep with the moment that thing came walking in the door. I talked about how they need to look like champions and the attributes they have to have in order to get out on the front row of a division and on end maybe to the grand drive tonight, and he's got that extra charisma and poise about him that tells me he's very belonging and deserving of that honors, because when you have one that's naturally that high-headed and proud in terms of his front end posture and still overwhelms the group with his back spread and dimension and power and mass up high, but still you study him at the three-quarter angle at the side, he's so exotic in terms of his look and silhouette, but still I think one of the best viewpoints that this particular guy has for his chasing the extremities as he does from behind and the side. He can sure get out and take that extra hinge off of his front half of his body and has that lucrative bounce and bend to his rear leg to deem him the athlete of this particular class. The one here in second's no slouch, and I know it's a juvenile thing to say, but simply put, if that class winner wasn't here, we'd be making bold statements about this guy because that one from his blade back is bulky, he's big, and he is gnarly in terms of the length of his hip, and I think he's unique in the fact that when you start studying the progressions and angles to his body shape and his end points, I think his skeletal blueprint is where not only we've tried to be at, but hopefully where we're going to end at all day. I just didn't think he had the extras in terms of bulk and power that we find in that class winner, and ultimately I just didn't think he came with the comfort level and ease of go that we find in that one that we just discussed. The one here in third, if you wanted to handle these things, rivals the class winner just in terms of his shred, his shape, and his dimension up high. You study him from a silhouette standpoint, and I think he's fine. He's not out there in any stretch of the imagination of just chasing that extreme look that maybe your class winner have, but I think he's okay in terms of the textbooks and fundamentals of balance. My biggest holdup on that guy, for as massive and out there as he is in his shape, I just wish he went to the ground with the same consistency in terms of his rear leg size and foot strength as well. Guys, this one here in fourth gives me a lot of issues because just in terms of once you get inside this guy and get this particular viewpoint right here, I thought it was going to be between that one and your class winner just in terms of shape, muscle, and width. It's when you get that guy out and moving, he's just so restricted and tight in terms of how he operates on each end of his body. And when you have some that are equally as impressive in terms of their muscle and shape, I just need to see that one get out and go with the proper hinge off of each end of his body. But that's a gnarly muscled one, a crazy one in terms of his underline. Just needed to see that one get out with the same athleticism as the rest of them that we just discussed. The one here in five, from his last rib forward, that one came in, and I thought I was going to be that one in my class winner for contentions out here in this class. It's just when you study that one from his last rib back, need to see him more practical about his flank line, need to see him more dominant in terms of his upper rump and stifle shape to move that guy on up any higher. Guys, that was a heater of a class, elite one on top. Congratulations.
Results of class number 3. In 10th place, Kobe Scroggins, Moore, Oklahoma. 9th place went to Chloe Nelson, New Richland, Minnesota. 8th place, Carson Keller, Picu, Kansas. 7th place, Tanner Dean, Las Cruces, New Mexico. 6th, Brinley Hogg, Wolfworth, Texas. 5th place, Emma Woods, Guston, California. 4th, Cade Sharmison, Hennessy, Oklahoma. 3rd, Morgan Evans, Richwood, Ohio. 2nd, Braden Bowers, Belmont, Wisconsin. And the winner of Class 3, Tanner Dean, Las Cruces, New Mexico. Entering the ring is class number 4. Upon completion of 4, we will have the champion drive for the lightweights. Champion drive for the lightweight Blackface will be right after this class. First call for champion lightweight Blackface. First call for champion lightweight. First and seconds out of class 1, 2, 3, and 4 will come back in for the champion drive. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Again, attention in the barn, there was a phone turned in. It was lost in the women's restroom. If you can open it, we would be more than happy to give it back to you. A phone was found in the women's restroom and was turned in to the announcer's table. Second call for champion drive of lightweight Blackface. Last call. Champion lightweight, this is your last call. Please report to the holding area. First and second out of class 1, 2, 3, and 4 will come back in for the champion drive of lightweights. Superior Farms is committed to the care of the flock. Our employee owners believe good things come from putting the flock first. Get the story at superiorfarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, there's representatives from Superior Farms behind the announcer's table handing out lamb meatballs, delicious, and have a table with recipes and can answer any questions you might have. Don't miss out on that amazing food. Thank you. Nope.
Been needing to for a couple of days, and I'm like,
So you just carry clippers with you, or they were in your lockbox over there?
no, they were in my truck.
Oh. You went to your truck?
No,
Oh, I was gonna say.
I took them out of my truck this morning.
No. I was gonna say you're fast.
My wife told me, she said I need to quit cutting them so short.
Yeah.
When I broke my wrist and had that cast, I couldn't cut my fingernails.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, my kids and my wife are cutting my fingernails, and I'm like, hold the fingernail clipper there, and I'll put my fingernail where I want it, and then cut it. And she's like, no, that's too short. They were getting on to me big, and I'm like, this is how I like it. They're like, they're too short. I said, no. I tell you, doing what I do, I snag them. I mean, like they're right there. Look at just even that long.
Oh, yeah.
Snag on that equipment.
Oh yeah.
And it's
That
like,
hurts.
and it'll kill it.
Yeah. it's peeled it back on the corner. They're just tender.
I'm not a nail biter, so I can't chew. I just can't do it.
Oh, really? I'm a terror. My wife hates that. Oh, man. She'll see me doing this to tear one off.
I can't do that either.
She'll say, that's why your fingernails are the way they are. She goes, get the clippers and clip them. She goes, they're not supposed to be torn.
Like that,
Yeah.
I'll work it out. I can't bite it. That's real bad. I mean, it's like I got a brush to brush my hair because I can't use a comb because it scratches my hair.
Yep.
So I carry a brush, and someone uses my brush and it gets hair in it, and I brush my hair and I feel it. Oh, it'll make me gag.
You mean like your wife or your kid?
Anything.
Who would use a brush, your brush?
My granddaughter.
Oh,
And my wife.
okay.
I mean, I can just see a hair laying. I mean, laying down it doesn't bother me, but if it touches me, I'm like, ugh. I can't handle it.
My grandkids, they think that's the coolest thing in the world, man. They love to walk into our room and just use whatever they want to use. You know, it's like, I'll go in there after they've been there and stuff is everywhere.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
I mean, I got a bathroom bag that I carry, and I have all my stuff in there.
Yeah.
And I'll come in there, and I'm like, okay, who used my toothbrush? My little grandson is like,
I did
and I'm like, well, that is yours now. I will not ever use it again. And I will go down and buy me a new toothbrush. And I keep 2 toothbrushes in my bag for that purpose. Keep one hid and where I can get to the other. My wife thinks I'm just crazy. And my bathroom bag has everything in the world.
Now, how do you do that? Isn't it just like a dock kit? Just a
but
bag.
But it's got pouches in it.
Oh.
So I put everything in pouches.
Oh, yeah. See, mine's just a bag. It's just a leather bag.
Yeah, I put everything like it's a bag and it has little pouches.
No, mine has no
Everything's
pouches.
set in there in pouches.
Is that you? Oh. Getting the Be Real notification.
So turn your mic off.
Who is? Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together and appreciate these exhibitors on the rail that are being excused at this time. Thank you.
Well, as we conclude the last class in the lightweight division, a very competitive and still yet difficult in places and sorts because there's some give and take, and it come down to a pair of them that I thought ultimately just suit me the best in terms of being the most athletic in terms of their kind and still just overwhelming the lower group with power and mass. And there is some comparative advantages in the one or the other, but I kept coming back to the one here, and that's going to be your class winner that just puts the entirety together. I'm going to be honest, I wish he was more elevated up front and had that front end posture that we find in the one in second, but I think after that, I think he overwhelms the class without a doubt, just in terms of bulk, muscle, and width, and doing it in a seamless manner going down through his back. He's bulky, yet he's expressive, but still, when you study him at the three-quarter angle, I think everything's in check. He might not be be extreme in terms of his look and design up front, but I think everything fits him to deem him an elite animal that's proportionate in his own type and kind. Gonna be honest, I prefer that look, the one of the one in second, in terms of that one's shoulder height, face, and head carriage and arrogance up front. It's just from there back, I just didn't think he was assembled in the same elegant and efficient manner that we find in your class winner. Yes, he's big and expressive and going down through his back. I just didn't think he tied all of his elite parts and outlying pieces together in that same tidy fashion that we find in that class winner. He's got some muscle, he's got some width, he just doesn't have that extra that's in vogue that we find in your class winner. The one here in 3 made it hard on me because if you study him, there's really not a lot of things wrong with him. He's big-backed, he's big-footed, he's stout, but still when you study him in terms of his basics and fundamentals of quality livestock, there's definitely more weight on the back half of his body than the front half that deems him a very well-balanced, proportionate animal. When you start studying him against the 2, he doesn't have as much muscle as the ones we just discussed, nor did I just didn't think his body shape transition into the outseams of his forerib to deem him having that stock show caliber look from the side that we find in the pair that we just talked about. 4 and 5 are different animals in the fact that they're basic and fundamental, and I can appreciate that about both of that pair. I really am intrigued by the 1 and 4 just being that long-hipped and that fat in terms of his rear leg and still can get out and maneuver with ease. Just didn't think he needed to be in the top 3 from a muscle and genuine width standpoint. I just think he gets outpowered against his upper contemporary group. The 1 here in 5 can give you a good look at times. Just whenever you get him off and get him going around the ring, I question his spine security. He gets easy in his top line. But guys, that one's right at the ground. He's big, he's wide, he's stout, he's muscular, and it still reads right in terms of his proportions and angles. Just need to see his skeleton more genuine before we pack all those extras in him. Guys, that was a heck of a way to end the lightweight division. Please show those kids a big congratulations.
Results of class number 4. Jade Pera, Estancia, New Mexico, was 10th. In 9th place was Cade Simpson, Alt, Colorado. 8th, Carson Keller, Peque, Kansas. 7th, Madden Weiss, Brownwood, Texas. 6th place, Grace Moore, San Angelo, Texas. 5th place, Madden Weiss, Brownwood, Texas. 4th place, Mason Harris, Perry, Oklahoma. 3rd went to Morgan Evans, Richwood, Ohio. 2nd to Dylan Simpson, Tahlequah, Oklahoma. And the winner of class number 4 was Sadie Allen from Elk City, Oklahoma. Champion Drive is entering the ring at this time. Lightweight, Class 1, first place, Amy Moore. First place in Class 2, Bailey Amstutz. First place in Class 3, Tanner Dean. And first place in Class 4, Sadie Allen. Second place in Class 1, Hadley Hendrickson. Second in Class 2, Graham Newsom. Class 3, Braden Bowers. And Class 4, Dylan Simpson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion drive for your lightweight Blackface. Lightweight Blackface champion drive.
Well, how about it? What a fun division to go ahead and start your Blackface side of your National Western. And if you're around, I've done a very, very poor job on my behalf of encouraging people around ringside to put their hands together for these kids. So if we could, let's do it at this time. You know, I thought the top end of those, the breeds, the Speckles, the Dorsets, and all other breeds was very minor decisions. I thought the champions and reserves just kind of fit me and fell into place pretty logically for me. And I wish I could say the same about this division, because I think we've got a front row of these that are absolutely incredible. And we've got some seconds and ones that stood, I remember vividly, third and fourth that, like I've mentioned prior, that got on the trailer to come to Denver, Colorado with the intentions of being out here. This is just my preferences on what I want each and every one of the class winners hopefully to resemble. And I'm going to show you what's on my mind, because I do think that's fair to everybody. I thought the one that wins Class 1 just does so from a fundamentals and basic standpoint. I think out of that pair, I found the ones that were the most athletic. They had some muscle about them, but I think what split that pair, I elected to go and kind of set precedence with one that was simply built better in terms of the front half of his body. I thought he read just with some extra extension through his rump, but not only that, I think just in regards to his body shape, he had the proportions and angles that I think we can see in the three class winners that were after him in terms of just what they need to look like. The one in second, we said if you wanted to tie in the muscle, you could do that. I just mentioned very briefly that one just needed to be built longer all over to see him more flexible off each end, but that's a high caliber elite one from a muscle standpoint. Class 2 was a heater of a class, and you could go 4 or 5 different ways, and I think the one that brought the entirety together is out here in front of me. And I mentioned maybe didn't love that one in a couple areas, but I think he's very deserving because of his outlying pieces. And what he does in a unique manner is he is so overwhelming in terms of his muscle. He is radical in terms of his shape. He's big in his upper hip. And one of the unique components that we'll start seeing as we progress in weights is one of the widest portions of his body is his width from stifle to stifle. And you still break that guy down in terms of his baseline. I think he's proportionate and well-balanced enough. Maybe on each side of him, he is the shortest in terms of his front-end design and plainest in terms of his look up front, but I think everything fits him. That one in second that pushed him made it hard on me, because he's got one of the front ends that can lick the lights that I'm after. He's naturally prouder than the one that we just discussed in terms of his front end design. I just didn't think the back half of his body was enough to go ahead and trump that one that we just discussed. The one out of Class 3 I lit up on, and rightfully so. I made the comment that some just look like champions, and I still believe that, because when you have one that kind of has that kind of arrogance and persona and still has the muscle that we're after to go ahead and indicate and make statements throughout the rest of the day, I think he does that. But still yet, he's so basic and fundamental. He's one of the wider standing ones out here. He's not the widest. I think those honors goes to the one heavier than him, but still, I think once you call him acceptable in terms of his width, acceptable in terms of his muscle, there is no doubt in my mind that one is the most elite in terms of his build. He is the most out there in terms of his look and body shape, and honestly, he's the one that just has that persona and arrogance about him that you want to see at a backdrop. The one in second pushed him very, very hard from the standpoint of muscularity alone. He's big-hipped, he's fat-legged, and one of the unique components about that guy, for as long-hipped and as elegant as that back half of the body is assembled, he's got the appropriate bounce and bend off the back half of his body to deem him very athletic. He just doesn't have that unorthodox look and that rare look that we find in that one that we just discussed. The other one that I think is just so unique is the one that wins your heavyweight division, and he's unique from the standpoint that there is no other sheep that walked into this ring that has that kind of muscle and width and still being in a package that collects himself well enough. He's one that you study that one at the ground. He is monster-footed. He's big in terms of his rear leg. I think everything fits and blends it on him because once you say he gets every adjective that describes a masculine animal. I think we have to realize that he is one that isn't the most elegant in terms of his front end and design up front, nor is he handling his muscle in a seamless fashion. I would like to construct him on how he transitions from a center of his body into the hill of his loin and just put all those masculine pieces in a more efficient and clean manner. And that's how we've picked on all of them, and that's just how I see them. And, ultimately I'm going to be true to myself and break these things down, and hopefully you guys can see what I value and what I deem important, not only right now, but as we start making these close decisions throughout the rest of the day. I said there was one that kind of looks like a champion and how a champion should and how it needs to fit Jordan, and I wouldn't be doing a due diligence if I didn't say this one hits me pretty good. I'll go show you my favorites in order. If that being said, please join me in congratulating all those kiddos on a heck of a lightweight division.
Champion lightweight goes to out of class number 3. That's Tanner Dean. And your reserve champion lightweight goes to Sadie Allen out of the class number 4. Next in is class 1 of the medium weights. Next in is class 1 of the medium weights. Anything else you need, sir? Thank you very much. I got them in my notebook, so it's just the extras that show up. The only thing I didn't have, and I'm sure it's going to cost me, is I didn't have Leon's title.
What is this now?
Vice President of Horse, Rodeo, and Livestock Operations. And I just said, Director. Leon Vick, Director. I didn't know. Nothing's in that book. We used to have a book. I used to get that book sent to me the same time. The Colorado Farm Show is proud to support the National Western Stock Show, and they invite you to attend the 58th Colorado Farm Show, taking place January 24th, 25th, and 26th at the Island Grove Regional Event Center in Greeley, Colorado. The Colorado Farm Show brochures are available ringside or at the announcer stand. Complete details are also online at www.coloradofarmshow.com. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, put your hands together. Congratulate those exhibitors for being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you.
What a way to kick off the middleweight division, and a very mind-boggling class, because for as good in terms of numbers as we've seen as far as elite ones in this class, I think it's sorted out to a top pair very handily. Then we start putting these things in motion and start realizing where my priorities and basics need to be. I think it just went ahead and separated itself pretty easily. And like I said, it got down to this top pair, honestly, in a hurry. And you can see why if you're around ringside or watching on the camera. These are just sexy animals to look at and still have all the muscle in the world that you could ever ask for. But like I said, the dividing point was when you put this pair in motion. I think the one that handled his limbs inside of himself up to the highest level is your young man's class winner directly in front of me. Guys, this is an overwhelming monster in terms of his back. He is long-hipped, he is big-rumped, and still, if you study him from the three-quarter angle, he's very unorthodox in terms of his look, how shallow-chested he is, how freak-bodied he is, and still having an accurate rear leg in him. And to me, that rear leg assembly was the selling point on that pair. Now, if you just wanted to take a picture of one and say, let's do it and go, I think you have to do it with the one in second, because he is naturally higher at the point of his shoulders. He is actually better shouldered in terms terms of his blade length than the one we just discussed. I've got some questions on the back half of his body, and I think it starts with his overall rump posture in regards to his length. And I think that sells me on the fact that I was accurate whenever you get that guy going around the ring, just not comfortable what he's doing on that back right hock in terms of pushing it on the outside wall in terms of his foundation. We make that guy more secure. We're flip-flopping that pair every day of the week. The one here in third, if you wanted to muscle cut these things on width and just true back shape, I think that one rivals your class winner in those regards, because I can tie into the fact that he is so consistent in terms of his width, and I can tie in and appreciate the fact that he is so fresh in terms of his preparation and skin and hair, and I dig that in terms of going to a major stock show. He falls at a distance third for me, just in terms of I doubt there's a significant wow factor in terms of his look and build, but I do give the young lady a big hats off for bringing a project that combines muscle and good looks and still in a functional manner. The one that comes out here in fourth, guys, as you can see around ringside, is just absolutely overwhelming in terms of muscle. It's just how he's handling his muscle and how it's organized on his skeleton that I just couldn't move on up any higher. As the class wore on, I just questioned his hip length. Most importantly, his hawk red vertical moving around the ring. Just need to see that one come with a better ease of go off the back half of his body. Young lady does an excellent job here in the red that's going to round out a very competitive top five. I think she's got one that rivals some of these in class on the top end with muscle, bulk, and just overall density of shape. As you round out your top five, I'm very accurate in the fact that I believe that she is that weather is the poorest in terms of his build. In terms of body weight distribution, I ultimately need to see more weight on the back half of his body, but an excellent way to round out your guys' top five. Guys, join me like we tried to do all day. Congratulate those kiddos on an excellent class of middleweight market lambs.
Results of Class 1 of the medium weights. In 10th place, Brock Morvett, Linville, Iowa. 9th place went to Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. 8th, Beckton Hogg, Wolfworth, Texas. 7th, Emma Woods, Gustine, California. 6th, Cade Simpson, Alt, Colorado. 5th, Marley Massey, Oronogo, Missouri. 4th place, Jack Thomas, Elk City, Oklahoma. 3rd went to Anna Vetter, Bennett, Colorado. 2nd to David Vetter, Bennett, Colorado. And the winner of class number 1 of the medium weights was Clay Randall from Canute, Oklahoma. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a deer. If you're looking for that extra edge in the show ring, consider the Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade from Andis, now available with ceramic edge cutting blade. Designed for competition, The Andis Blue Ribbon 2 blocking blade delivers a new level of performance with improved hair feed and clean show-stopping lines. Create your way with Andis. Saunders Construction was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Those of you on the rail can be dismissed at this time. Put your hands together for them, folks. They did a great job. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not an exhibitor with a lamb in your hand, you need to move out of that back alley. If you're not an exhibitor with a lamb in your hand, you need to move out of the back alley. That's for exhibitors and their animals. Let's give them all the room we can. Like I said, they've worked long and hard to get here.
Well, kind of got thrown into the jungle, if you will, in this particular class because I kind of stepped back and checked my pulse and pinched myself and realized that we ran about 17 deep of ones that I thought were extra high quality. Then we found a top 10 that I thought were just so unique, but maybe just didn't blend the whole entire package together. Then we got a top 5 of these things that I've paraphrased it 1 or 2 times that I know the young lady in 5th and the rest of them came to Denver with the purpose of winning a class, and I just think it's one of those situations. I called it an animal kingdom that you're in there with the rest of the jungle, just so to speak, and obviously that's how the cards fall. And even though we said that we just threw ourselves in the jungle in this particular middleweight class, I still think we find the lion to win because I still think we come out here and we get the opportunity to look at one that just kind of fits me in terms of those special ones that we've made bold statements on from the word go today. I think once you deem himself having an acceptable amount of muscle, I think it's pretty much gas pedal to the floor. That one's got that look of a champion that we're after in terms of the shape and progression to that one's body. That one's so out there in terms of the depth from his sternum to his flank, and you study his mid-body, he is extra chunky, and still one of the unique factors on that guy, one of the widest portions of his body is his width from stifle to stifle. And I think once you grant him very, very unique in that attribute, like I said, it's game over just in terms of needing one snap of the picture to figure out how good that one is from the side. The one here in the second grew on me, and I thought I pulled him, but evidently not. But that one is so out there in terms of his look. He is naturally taller shouldered than that one that we just discussed. He is seamless going down through his back. He is wild in terms of his body. body shape, and his chest is up in his throat. So why does he stand in second for me? I think we need to keep the basics and fundamentals alive on that guy. I need to lengthen out his hip, and once we do that, we can see that rear leg just hinge more appropriately, but that's getting awfully picky of one that has those elite attributes that we're after. Congratulations to that young man. This is a very intriguing one for the fact that he combines a lot of hard-to-breed things to do in one package, and that is just moderation and squareness and muscle and keeping his limbs inside of his skeleton and still being agile and comfortable for the type and kind he represents. Comparing him to the ones that we just elaborated on, I just didn't think he was built as sexy in terms of his look and design up front, but from his shoulder blade back, from his pin bones down to his hock joint, I think everything's aligned with symmetry. Personally, that's just not my type and kind. Just need to offer more elegance up front to go ahead and trump those that have those characteristics. The one here in 4 is very intriguing, and you could say that one needs to be third just based on type and kind and flavor, and I can listen to that. I'm going to sell you on the fact that maybe he's not as hydrated and fresh and ready to go ahead and make bold statements on up here in the stage of Denver. I just need to see him more bulked up and chunked up in terms of his muscle and shape going down through his back. The one here in 5 is no slouch, and I'm going to go ahead and get on record and say this is the best 5th place that we've seen thus far today. I think he's impeccable in terms of his skeleton. He's right in terms of his fundamentals and basic build. Simply put, I just didn't think he had the back shape and muscularity to go ahead and move on up against the top 4 that have those attributes. Guys, that was the toughest class all day. A heck of a top 5. Please show those kids a big round of applause.
Results of second class of medium weights. In 10th place, Luke Thomas, Elk City, Oklahoma. 9th place, Dayton Morvet, Linville, Iowa. 8th place, Anna Vetter, Bennett, Colorado. 7th place, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. 6th place, Kirsten Walk, Sulphur, Oklahoma. 5th went to Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. 4th to Maggie McDonald, Magnolia, Arkansas. 3rd was Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water, Texas. 2nd, Hazen Pruitt, Elk City, Oklahoma. And the winner of class number 6 was Bailey Amstutz, Richwood, Ohio. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, again, if you'd put your hands together for the individuals being dismissed at this time that are along the rail. Yeah, thank you. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show.
well, not to sound redundant, but what a class. And I thought the last class that we just chatted about was maybe just overwhelming. And if you're not entertained at this point, I think you better check your pulse or your priorities or figure out Livestock Evaluation 101, because there's a top 5 of these things that are absolutely incredible. And I'm just privileged I get to share my opinion with you today on the ones I value, because a guy can justify putting the ones in 4 and 5 and flipping them with the pair up here that I've got 1 and 2, and rightfully so. And then you can also win with 3 and gladly justify that, and I'm absolutely all right with that. But where I like to see these animals prance in the ring and look like champions is how I divided this top pair out, and it was plain and simple. I thought the one that wins is something you don't see every day. In terms of nature not allowing this every day of the week, to find one that has that kind of natural back spread and heat getting thrown down his back, and still just being so overwhelmingly big and bulky in terms of his back shape, body shape, and it directly facilitates to just the biggest foundation at the ground that we've seen today. But what sells me on the fact that he's one of the easier class winners that we've got to chat about today is combining all those masculine traits that you could ever put into a market-oriented animal and still being that elite, and still being that kind of GQ looking from the side. Like I said, that's something nature doesn't allow to do every day of the week. Simply put, my decision that why I pumped the brakes a couple times was how I'm going to divide 2 and 3. And on the stick, I like the 1 and 3rd better, because ultimately he'd be the one that I think would take a better picture than the 1 and 2nd. But unfortunately, when you put these things in motion and start picking them apart and working them and breaking them down, I elected to go with the sure-footed sounder skeleton one here in 2nd, that honestly is just more genuine in terms of the flex and hinge off of his rear leg and still keeping everything inside of himself and in balance. He isn't as overwhelming in terms of muscle on either side of him, nor does he have that extras in terms of just being ultra shallow and neat and exotic up front. I think both of those on either side of them also have those honors. I just think he's the one that's the next best in terms of his skeleton. I think he's the next best one in terms of the pick the hole in, and honestly, just in terms of totals and bringing everything to the table, he was the 2nd best one in the class. If we were just looking at him like we just discussed, I'm way in on the look and the presentation and what this one resembles from the side. He rivals your class winner just in terms of look. He maybe have some slight comparative advantage just in terms of sheer shoulder height and arrogance up front. Why that one sticks in the 3rd hole for me was when you get that guy on the side, the tallest point, or get him at the natural state and on the side, the tallest point of his body is his upper hip, and I think that correlates to his insecurity and his inability to get out and maneuver with the same amount of flex and comfort level in the back half of his body that we find in the duo that we just discussed. But on the park, from his flank forward, I'm way in on that guy. Just have some minor flaws to adjust to get him up higher. The pair that was really weird for me to dissect was 4 and 5, because just in terms of uniqueness, both of them could be in conversation of winning the class. I elected to split the pair with the better looking, better built one that is naturally taller at the point of his shoulders. He is seamless going down through his back, and he's square from top to bottom and end to end. I just didn't think he was in vogue in terms of just being shallow chested and neat bodied and tidy in his shoulder, comparatively speaking, to those trios that we just discussed. A 5 one was an absolute fun one for me to look at and work with and break down, because his unique parts and pieces are different than any others that we just discussed. He is actually the one that's next in line behind your class winner, just in terms of width, in terms of muscle, and in terms of back shape. I think he needs to be commended, and the young man, hats off to you for finding a project that resembles that. I just think in order to line it up my top 5, he fell at a distance 5th just in terms of his look, his proportionality, and body weight distribution. Guys, heck of a class, top 5, one of the deepest class, if not the deepest class, in terms of elite ones from top to bottom. Show those kids a big round of applause.
Results of the Class 3 of the medium weights. 10th place, Jack Thomas, Elk City, Oklahoma. 9th place, Kirsten Walk, Sulphur, Oklahoma. 8th went to Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 7th place, Kinley Pruitt, Elk City, Oklahoma. 6th to Anna Vetter, Bennett, Colorado. 5th place to Garrett Greiner, Keota, Iowa. 4th, Brody Scroggins, Moore, Oklahoma. 3rd to Madden Wise, Brownwood, Texas. 2nd, David Vetter, Bennett, Colorado. And the winner of class number 3 is Hayden Schroeder from Zephyr, Texas. Next in is class number 4 of the medium weights. Upon completion of this class, we will do champion drive of medium weights. Medium weight champion drive following this class.
Well, what a way to round out the last class in the middleweight division of your Blackface show. And not to sound redundant, maybe not as immense in terms of just numbers of elite ones or unique ones that have those wild attributes, but it comes down to a trio of them that I'm very, very fond of. And maybe not a particular outlier out here, but I think there's one that just suits me. I think the one that we're going to label as a comfortable class winner suits me in the fact that that one possesses a couple of those attributes that we've tried to find in every one of our class winners in terms of just being extra in regards to their build and body shape and having that stock show caliber look for the bright lights and big stage. And I think he checks enough of those boxes. Does he have the muscle that that either 1 and 2 or 3 have? No, he doesn't. But the unique component on that guy is how he blends his bulky shape, the muscle he does possess, and how it's organized on his skeleton, and still in an athletic manner moving around the ring. The one here in second made it hard on me because that one is the gnarliest to look at in terms of from his last trip forward. He's shallow-chested, he's neat-shouldered, and for his type and kind, he is tall enough at the point of his shoulders to deem him a sexy type of a show sheep. While he stands in second for me, he's a fraction more conventional. When you get him out on the go, I wish his spine would stay true and get more secure in regards to his top line, but that one's a wild-bodied one, a shallow-chested one that gives you almost as good as look as that class winner. Just need to see his spine be strengthened throughout each end of his endpoints of his body. The one here in third, I never liked this word, but he is very complete. He's a safe one in terms of you wanted to just check a lot of boxes. You could do that with this guy. He's seamless going down through his back. He is bulky in terms of his shape. Maybe not as descript in terms of his handle quality as either one of that pair that we just discussed, but I think it's close. Why he's in third for me, he's just got a plain factor about him in terms of studying him at his natural state. His hip reads short, his shoulder reads long in terms of when he's standing still and on the go, and I think he's disproportionate whenever you relax him and just study him pound for pound and analyze him for a piece of livestock. The one here in 4 is no slouch, and in terms of just one that rivals our class winner in terms of base width and handle quality, I think we can do that. That one's not built near good enough to rival any of those 3 we just discussed. As you round out your top 4, he's easily the plainest and most nondescript in terms of his look and presence and arrogance of his front end design. The one here in 5 is absolutely not my kind, and I'll grant that, but I'm going to put him in my top 5 because he has some unique components that you don't see every day, and that's from a muscle and width standpoint. He is overwhelming in terms of his back shape. He is big and square and burly from top to bottom and end to end, and he is as dense as any that we've seen in this division at the ground. Simply put, I just wish he would handle all those masculine traits in a cleaner composition area in terms of the front half of his body. Just need to trick him out in terms of his look to move him on up any higher. Guys, what a class to end that middleweight division. Join me in congratulating all those kids excited to work through this division drive.
Results of class number 4, the medium weights. In 10th place, Carson Keller. 9th went to Brinley Hogg. 8th, Kinley Pruitt from Elk City, Oklahoma. Sorry about that. Mason Harris from Perry, Oklahoma was 7th. 6th place was Amy Moore from Sonora, Texas. 5th place, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4th place, Morgan Evans, Richwood, Ohio. 3rd went to David Vetter from Bennett, Colorado. 2nd to Hudson Franklin, Shallowater, Texas. And the winner of class number 4 was Reagan Rogers from Savannah, Missouri. In the ring at this time is your champion drive. First place out of class number 1 of the medium weights, Clay Randall. Bailey Amstutz was first out of 6. Hayden Schroeder, out of class number 2 of the mediums. Hayden Schroeder out of 3. Reagan Rogers out of number 4. Second place, class 1, David Vetter. Medium weight class 2, Hazen Pruitt. Class 3, David Vetter. And class 4, Hudson Franklin. This is your champion drive of the medium weight Blackfaces. Next in the ring is Class 1 of the heavies. Class 1 of the heavies next in the ring.
Well, I know I've said it time and time again. If you've been bored up to this point, you might need to find a new hobby or an industry to be in because, in my personal estimation, to me, this is as good as it gets from a livestock evaluator or a breeder or a show parent, show mom, show dad, or a kid to not only be out here on this level, but to be into contention to represent your champion in reserve and your middleweight honors tonight in the grand drive because this is the toughest division that I know personally I've ever been involved with, and there's 3 sheep out here that I don't know that you can see in your lifetime once, let alone 3 of them in the same place at the same time. Just going to touch briefly on my opinions and try to hopefully break them down and justify my thoughts and show you guys where I'm at in terms of how I'm going to select these as champion and reserve. The one that wins the lightest weight class out here in your middleweights just kind of set the precedence in terms of that kind of body shape and that kind of look that we're after. That one's rib cage is wild. That one's got a big, bold kind of a rear leg. He is so extra where he's good. I think making him more basic and simple would be a good start to put him in the same league as those. I need to lengthen out his hip length and maybe raise him at the base of his shoulders just to make everything fit on that guy. But that's an extra good one that's got a lot of lucrative pieces just in terms of having those outlying parts and components to get you out here in the front row. The one that pushed him was excellent. That one was seamless going down through his back. Had to make the judgment call. Just didn't think that one's rear leg read as true as the one that we started with. The one here in, I guess, Class 2, if you would, just kind of got our heart racing and set the pace. That there's going to be 2 more class winners that are just so elite. So heroic in terms of their build and organization that, this is very fun to have something that walks in the ring that looks like this. Just breaking that guy down and all of them. That one's a very, very wild one to look at from the set. He is so good in terms of his rib cage and body shape. He is so in vogue in terms of where I think the industry needs to be in body weight distribution, proportion, and balance. He is muscular. He is wide, pound for pound. He is one of the widest ones out here. He is bold about his rear leg. And one of the intriguing parts and pieces on that guy, for as wild and muscular as that thing is, watching him float around the ring with that extra comfort level and taking that big gate off of his front end and still stepping securely off the back half of his body the way his rear leg bounces and bends. Picking on that guy, he is the longest bodied one that is in my top 3 contentions out here. And sometimes when you get him moving around the ring, he's wanting to get a little easy in regards to his top line. But I think one that handles his length of body very exceptional with how much muscle and width he does have. Also, that one is a rounder, muscled one than a couple of them out here on either side of them. You just have to make the judgment call on what you actually think about. I actually kind of like it, but he's not square and true out of the base of his hip as one other one, nor is maybe as he hits the ground as square and true as another one out here. But that one in terms of just setting the standard and precedence for generations to come as far as looking at one and still keeping the fundamentals and basics alive, that's an extra intriguing one. He got pushed by one that I'm a big fan of from that one's flank forward. That one's a wild-bodied, geek-necked one that's so belonging out here just in terms of what he represents, has some muscle, has some quality about him, and still keeps everything in check. Just wasn't in the same league as that class winner that we found. The one that wins Class 3, if you will, remember the statement that sometimes nature doesn't allow this guy to be assembled every day of the week, and I still think that's very true because when you put that kind of extra components in one that is so hard to do as breeders that have done this for generations and generations and shown these things to be that overwhelming in terms of his width, to be that
elite in terms of his handle quality and still being so basic and functional where it matters, and that's his skeleton. He is the squarest one out here, not only in terms of how he hits the foundation, but his muscle content. From the base of his shoulders out through the top of his tail to his pin bones, he's the squarest in his shape. He's the squarest in his organization. And like we talked about, when you put all those masculine traits and overwhelming factors he has in a package and still being that sexy in terms of his look, it's nothing but a good thing. Picking on that guy, he's a fraction shorter neck for me. And I wish actually he tied his neck better at the top side of his shoulders just ever so slightly. And that's only solidified at his natural state. But that's getting awfully picky of one that you sure don't want to miss the whole force for a couple trees on. The one that pushed him was one that is so out there in terms of just his body shape and rib cage alone. Just had some questions on both end points of his body to go ahead and trump that one. The one here in 4 hit me like a ton of bricks and still does in terms of the parts that are good on him are so good. And in terms of just studying at him, it was very fun because you study their rib cages and body shapes and their baselines. I think everything's a wash. There's not one that's just shallower chested. There's not one that's just better bodied out here. And that's what makes it fun, because when you put priorities on skeleton and balance, you can get them looking very similar and just in different sizes and package. He is seamless going down through his back. He is big backed. He's big footed, and he's got a big rear leg on him. Not comfortable with the length of his hip and his hip angle at times, especially on the go. And like we're seeing right now at his natural state, he might not be as out there in terms of his shoulder shape and placement, but when she drives him and gets aggressive on his head, and he gives you that look right there, it's as good as the rest of them out here, if not better. You study that guy on the go. I wish he handled his rear leg with the same accuracy he does on the set. Whenever you put him in motion, it gets questionable in terms of his security in relation to his upper hip. But like I said, we picked on all 3 of those ones that are deemed once-in-a-lifetime sheep. It's just my personal opinion on how I chose to break them down. Honestly, I tried to describe them as best as my personal ability as I could. I see them one way, and like I said, I know there's a lot of people that come to Denver, Colorado with the intentions of winning not only the middleweight division, but winning the show. I guess that's why I'm honored and privileged to get the cordless microphone and share what I think is important on making these sheep that are built for the big stage and bright lights. I like them a certain order. Like I said, I commend everybody to have your favorites, because that's what this thing is most importantly about. Congratulate all those kids. It's been a fun division. Can't wait to go through your heavyweights.
Your champion medium weight comes out of class number 3. That's Hayden Schroeder. Hayden Schroeder is the champion medium weight. Your reserve champion medium weight comes out of class number 2. Bailey Amstutz is your reserve champion. Next in the ring is the first class of heavies, first class of heavyweights. Next in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, give your appreciation to the exhibitors being excused off the rail at this time. Thank you.
Well, from the word go, I would say I would pump the brakes if I needed to just make sure that I got the right decision in my mind. And this was one of those classes where maybe we didn't see any one of those middleweight class winners in this particular, the first class of the heavyweights, but there's 5 dang nice sheep out here that do a lot of good things. Does any of them put it together in its entirety? I'm not sure. But this was actually a very fun class to get to line up and get to work with and figure out the things you had to have in your class winners and the problems you can live with. And once I told myself that the one that I'm going to go ahead and lead off with was acceptable in terms of the depth from the top portion of his rack down to the bottom portion of his sternum and chest plate, it was over, because that one's a unique one in terms of what he brings to the table. And that squareness, bulk, and just overall mass, and still hitting to the ground with the same consistent fashion. Normally not my cup of tea or what I hang my hat on, because I do like him a little better looking than what he offers. But I think when you start playing the totals game, he is overwhelming at the ground. He is great in terms of his back shape. He is phenomenal in terms of his upper rump. And it's still, when I ask these youngsters to showcase those guys' talents off at the natural state, he is taller at his shoulders in the relationship to the base of her hip. And I think that's what sells me on the fact that he is proportionate, he is well balanced, and in terms of body weight distribution for having that kind of muscle and width, I think he checks those boxes. Normally, I'm going to gravitate to the kind in 2 and 3 just in terms of looking at them only. That one and the one in second is the one that, when you put them at the natural state, is shallower chested than the one that we call your class winner. And that was my hang up, because I wanted to be consistent, but at the same time, when you start totaling these things out, when there's not just a heater to go ahead and tee off with, I think that's when livestock judging gets very important. I think that one's the more plainer one in terms of his shape going down through his back. He's more nondescript in terms of the look that he gives you from the side. But most importantly, when you study the angle to his hip, it's not as secure and level and square as the one that we chose to lead off with. But I commend the young lady for finding one that, just in terms of the angles to his body, is very, very elite. The one here in 3, if you wanted to handle these things out, I think you could just judge the class blindfolded and say, this one's the trimmest in terms of his condition. This one's the boldest out of the backside of his shoulders, and how he transitions seamlessly into his loin. From his front half forward, I think he rivals any in this class because he is shallow, he is tall-shouldered, and he is good in terms of his blade length. I just didn't read him practical about his flank line. I didn't see his pin bones on either side as dominant in regards from his width of his upper rump as elite as those 2 that we just discussed. But that's getting very critical of one that I think's elite from his last rib forward. The one that, if you want to hammer on me that say this one needs to be up a placing, I can listen to that one, because that one, in terms of just preparation to come out and win the class, is immense. Handle quality is 12 o'clock. He is crazy in terms of his rib cage. He is bulky in terms of his center body, but it's what that rib cage lies within that I struggled convincing myself that his skeleton was accurate. I'm not comfortable with his hip angle and what it's doing in terms of the levelness degree. I also want to square up his hock in relation to his upper hip as well. But not only that, when you get him at his natural state, he's carrying more shoulder and bulk in terms of added waist on the front half of his body than I deem ideal. But guys, that one in terms of muscle, that one in terms of handle quality and base width needs to be commended and can rival that class winner from those aspects. The one here in 5th, no slouch, and just in terms of checking some boxes of basics and fundamentals, he does that, has some handle quality about him, has some muscle, just not extra and overwhelming in any area. I just need to make him more elite in terms of his body shape and pizzazz going down through his back. Another excellent class, great top 5 of them. Please show those kids a big round of applause.
Results of class number 1 of the heavyweights. In 10th place, Sophie Young, Leesburg, Ohio. 9th place, Beckton Hogg, Wolforth, Texas. 8th place, Dayton Morbett, Linville, Iowa. 7th went to Javen Sparks, Wilburton, Oklahoma. 6th to Anna Vetter, Bennett, Colorado. 5th place, Brody Scroggins from Moore, Oklahoma. 4th place went to Cade Sharmison, Hennessy, Oklahoma. 3rd place, Ellie Carr, Newhall, Iowa. 2nd, Maggie McDonald from Magnolia, Arkansas. And the winner of Class 1 of the heavies, Stella Amthauer, Beeman, Iowa. In the ring is class number 2 of the heavyweights. Last call for class number 3 of the heavyweights. This is your last call. Ladies and gentlemen, would you congratulate the exhibitors on the rail that are being excused at this time? Thank you.
Another highly competitive class out here in your heavyweight division. And, as expected, when we start getting so big in terms of maturity and size and pounds, it is so honorable and intriguing to see still youthful show sheep that belong in the show ring setting and do it to the degree of eliteness that this top 5 does. it came down to a trio of them that just kind of fit me in terms of priorities. And honestly, I hope we can see I elected to go and split two muscle pieces with one that just fits me in terms of his build and his skeleton and his added look. He's one that is naturally taller at the point of his shoulders in relationship to his upper hip. And just in terms of cage quality alone, I think he's on a different planet than his contemporaries below him. And he's big back, he's fat-legged, and still, when you get him out, and I visited with the young man, he says he's always been a knucklehead, and I can believe it, just because his comfort level's there, he's secure and takes the appropriate bend and reach off each end of his framework. I think he's sound, he's flexible, but most importantly, when you talk about what they need to do at this weight and stage, combining enough muscle and the right kind of muscle and still being a youthful elite type of a show lamb up front. Two that are very similar in terms of type and kind follow our class winner. And, if you wanted to flip-flop those, I can agree with it. But to me, I think both of them have the same issue, and that's how the back half of their bodies are assembled. I think the next best one in terms of totals is the one here in second. And then just in terms of width, rear leg size, and just added proportionate look, I gave a nod to the white pelted sheep weather here in second for doing the most elite things and still in a comfortable manner. I guess boogieing around the ring and parading, I just questioned that one in terms of his hip length and flank in order to go ahead and put him in the same league as our class winner that is very elite in those attributes. The one here in third, I ultimately thought that one was going to be the one to get around just where I was standing when that thing come trotted in the ring, because he is elegant in terms of his look. He is wild in terms of his feature and foot and rear leg size. He's a proportionate, well-balanced type animal that I commend the young lady for bringing, because he's still youthful, he's still athletic, and just in terms of handle quality, I might give him the comparative advantage over your top three. Simply put, I don't read his hip long enough. He doesn't take a big enough gait and bounce off the back half of his body to deem him sound enough to go ahead and beat that duo on top. The one here in four gives you sometimes an extra good look from the side. That one's deadly going down through his back, creased up and fresh in terms of his handle quality, and I commend the young lady for keeping one that is this big, still youthful and trim in terms of the cleanliness of composition. I just didn't think that one's spine read as secure. As you study that one in his natural state, he gets a little easy in terms of his top line. Not only that, I start questioning the bulk and just true shape and contour to that one's forerib. The one here in fifth has that advantage. He is big-bodied. He is crazy round in terms of his rib cage. I just didn't think both endpoints of his body was as symmetrical and elite in terms of how that skeleton is built off each end to move that guy up. Another high-quality class. Please continue to do what we've done all day. Put your hands together for those kids.
Results of class number 2 of the heavyweights. 10th place, Pal Moore, San Angelo, Texas. 9th went to Chloe Nelson, New Richland, Minnesota. 8th place, Matt Minnick, Logansport, Indiana. 7th, Kennedy Mitchell, Waveland, Indiana. 6th place, Maggie McDonald, Magnolia, Arkansas. 5th place went to Callie Nelson, New Richland, Minnesota. 4th place, Peyton Peterson, Rhodes, Iowa. 3rd was Bailey Amstutz, Richwood, Ohio. 2nd, Hadley Hendrickson from Farmland, Indiana. And the winner of class number 2, Dylan Simpson, Tahlequah, Oklahoma. In the ring is class number 3. Class 3 of the heavyweights in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, well, at this time, we're going to release those that are on the rail. If you give them a appreciation, thank you.
A very fun group to get to chat and visit with you about because, maybe not a stem winder that just ignites a fire under me, but I still think there's a top 5 of very good ones that are heavyweight sheep, that are stout and square and muscular and still has the aesthetics of belonging in the show ring setting. I just simply put, to be transparent, the one that wins does so from a basic build standpoint and body weight distribution. As you round out this class, that one is the best in terms of his body weight distribution, the angles to his body, his proportionality, and just studying the way that one's neck ties into the top side of his shoulders, his extension and his proud and arrogant front end posture equipped with a fat old fresh back on him that's seamless in terms of his handle quality and still the right kind of body shape it takes to compose up like a stock show caliber sheep should. And still, when you start studying the basics and fundamentals of these things, he's by far the best in terms of how he handles his weight in regards to movement off each end. The the debate was between 2 and 3, and honestly, there's parts and pieces I love about each and every one of them, and their flaws and liabilities are a problem. I can just live with the problems in the one here in second. He is by far maybe the freshest sheep in the top 3 setting in terms of handle quality. He is clean going down through his back, maybe not as big and bulky backed as either one on the opposite sides of him. He's a third in those aspects, but he's clean backed. His body wall is tidy and radical in terms of their shape. He is right in terms of his rib cage. He's bold about his flank, and he's big hipped. He hits to the ground with the same consistent width that we see at the upper portion of that one's skeleton, and that's a unique component on this guy. I'm having an issue moving that guy on up any higher just based on how mature his front end is for my estimation. He's got some shoulder about him. He's got a chest plate about him, and I think he's throwing some age and bark in terms of his neck. I just need to make that guy more youthful and more sexy in terms of how he's handling all that muscle and all that width for this stage of his life. The one here in 3's got some wow factors that you don't see every day, and that comes at the chrome feet and legs that some of these people are in vogue on. But I think outside of that, I think he's quality livestock in terms of what he does and does in a big way. He's stout in terms of his muscles. He's bold about his rib cage and body, and he's square as he hits the ground. He's flexible, he's sound, and he takes the comfort level up to one of the highest degrees that we've seen thus far in this heavyweight division. I just can't get over the fact that the tallest portion of his body is right there at his upper hip. And when you start studying this guy at his natural state, I think that becomes apparent. I think the young lady does an excellent job trying to tell me that that's not an issue, but I believe it is, especially on the go and at the natural state. I would rather see that point of his shoulders taller than the base of his hip. The one here in 4 is no slouch, has some handle quality about him. He's stout, he's fresh, he's muscular, he's bold in terms of his rib cage. I just didn't think for as big and burly as that guy is at this stage of his life, he hit the ground in the same form and fashion as you study him from his shoulder to his knee to where he throws his feet up front. I think he progressively gets narrow. Not calling that guy a narrow piece of livestock by any stretch of the imagination, but you study him against those 3 contemporaries we just discussed, he's the narrowest in terms of comparing those. My blue guy here in 5th is no slouch in terms of commending the young lady for bringing a project to the National Western that still belongs into the dirt of the show ring. I think in terms of just his handle quality, he checks a lot of boxes. He's got some muscle and got some squareness. As you round out your top 5, he's the most plain and nondescript in terms of his look and silhouette that he gives you from the side. Another high quality class of heavyweight sheep with elite ones in the top trio of that class. Show all those kids your appreciation for their hard work this year.
Results of class number 3. In 10th place, Tanner Dean, Las Cruces, New Mexico. 9th went to Dayton Morvet, Linville, Iowa. 8th, Peyton Peterson, Rhodes, Iowa. 7th place, Tanner Dean, Las Cruces, New Mexico. 6th, Stella Amthar, Beeman, Iowa. 5th place went to Lila Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. 4th to Brody Scoggins, Moore, Oklahoma. 3rd place, Bailey Amstutz, Richwood, Ohio. 2nd went to Alec Anderson from Ringwood, Oklahoma. And the winner of Class 3 was Braden Bowers, Belmont, Wisconsin. Entering the ring is Class number 4 in the heavyweight division. Upon completion of this class, we will do Champion Heavyweight. Champion Heavyweight will come into the ring upon completion of this class. serving? Lamb chops or and brisket or lamb chops or ribs?
Who won the
whatever.
last class?
It's cold.
Yes.
Okay.
Braden Bauer. Yes, it does.
You're not gonna move the drive up, right?
What's that?
So you're not gonna move the drive up, right?
Oh, no. No. 6 o'clock is 6 o'clock. You get all the big dogs be there get introduced, so you
Like
can't
last year they moved something up.
you can't move it.
So, we're gonna have a lot of sales spots open.
Yes.
I want to show the thirds right after the heavyweight drive.
Okay.
So if you can be making phone calls, I can get you. You just
Phone
call.
calls?
I'm taking calls. I'm not gonna call. You don't have to call back names, but just the third places from the cross spreads.
That should be the only thing left anyway.
Yeah, and there's only gonna be. If we don't have a duplicate in here, there's gonna be 7 showing for 5 spots. So.
So Bailey, her 3 thirds went on the truck, right?
Correct.
Yeah. But she's got a reserve or a grand or a champion?
She's got a reserve, so she has to sell that.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else?
Second call for the champion drive of heavyweights. Second call for the champion drive of heavyweights. Attention in the barn. If you place third in a Blackface class, you will come back in and show for some sales spots right after they pick the grand champion heavy.
I think it's all thirds.
Is it all third or just crossbreed third? I don't think it's just
Let
crossbreed.
me go ask. I think it's all thirds.
Okay. Second call for champion drive of the heavies. Second call, champion drive of the heavies. That's what I do. Sorry.
The other ones are on the truck.
Just what?
Just wanted to make sure we didn't miss something.
Just thirds in the Blackface.
Yep.
Okay, so what would I put on the screen? Are they gonna like call them sale order?
Sell order. Should be.
They get a chance to make sales. Because we got duplicates. They sell so many. So there'll be 7 third places coming back in and 5 spots in the sale. That's all it is.
So 7 third places going, and 5 get big.
And there's 5 spots. We have 5 duplicates. So we fill those spots with the sales all the same.
Do first, what sells?
First, second, champion reserve, and then these 5 thirds. Last call for the champion drive of heavies. Last call for the champion drive of heavies. Report to the holding area, first and second, in 9, 10, 11, and 12. You'll be coming back in for the champion drive of heavies. The third place, if you were third in a Blackface class, told it was. So.
She said it was like fire hazard or something. Little mini fridge. She said, at least bring a mini fridge. And I said, I'm carrying it out my truck. Rent this from medicine. I'm on top of it. I got a 2379.
I got a 2370. Elena Mock.
Oh, it's on the back. 2370. Yeah.
69 is right here. 2369. Oh, you meant Elena. No wonder we were having such a problem. We thought it was Alana, but you meant Elena. Who's- 2515. Right here. Olivia Sanders. I haven't found her yet, but come on.
Don't mean it's right, but
Right below her. Right below Olivia. Dyer TJ.
TJ.
2504, right? TJ right up here at the top.
He's got two of them in here.
He does.
You should grab that lane.
04, 02, 06.
I always just told her through it. Good. That's not even yours. Well, you can't show that lane.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the exhibitors being excused from the rail. Thank you very much. A reminder, right after this class, there'll be champion heavyweight. Grand Drive will be at 6 o'clock this evening across the way in the arena. 6 o'clock this evening will be the Grand Drive.
Can you call Morgan Evans to the announcer stand? I need to talk to him. Morgan Evans.
You want her here?
Or the
Morgan Evans. Morgan Evans. Report to behind the picture backdrop. Please report to behind the picture backdrop. Morgan needs to talk to you. Morgan Evans. So we don't have to judge threes? Okay.
but I gotta let these people know that they made the sale.
Okay. Is that the only one you got left?
What do you mean?
That I just called up?
Yeah, I don't know where her pins are. I kind of know where all the other people are.
Okay.
So.
Morgan Evans, please report to the announcer's table or behind the picture backdrop. Either one. Morgan Evans.
think as we round out your last full class of the day, I still think we find a top 5 that, like we've tried to find the ones in this heavyweight division that still aesthetically belong in the show ring setting. And I think that's because we've put priorities on skeletal build, movement, body composition, and balance. And I think once you do that, even though you can get them in different sizes and packages and colors, they still are deemed valuable regardless if they're in the first class or the last class. I think it comes down to a pair of them, and they are absolutely different. And I'm okay if you wanted to flip-flop them, but I think just the one that comes in the most genuine skeleton is the white pelted sheep that's directly in front of me. I think just in terms of having that unique combination that we've tried to find all day, as far as just having all the bulk and muscle you can possess and still not messing anything up in terms of their build and look and design up front. He is gnarly big back. He is big fat loined, and he's got a fresh old center body to him that I commend the young lady for finding one in the last class of the day that possesses those attributes. I think for as masculine and burly and dense as this guy is, he goes to the ground with the same manly fashion. He's big-footed. He's got a fat, bold rear leg to him, and still in terms of his upper hip, I think it's aligned with accuracy. I think that's where if you wanted to say, Jordan, maybe his upper hip isn't long enough and level enough and just surely big enough, I get it. But I think if you play the totals game from his flank forward, shoulder to his knee to where he throws his feet up front, I think that's the one that I think totals up this class and wins it up to the highest level. I think one that excels from a proportion standpoint is the natural color weather because he is short-backed, he is bold in terms of his flank, and he's wide from stifle to stifle, and he's got a square hock. And I think all those attributes are important when you start talking about skeletal build and body composition. I think simply put, the shortness to his back might be the biggest liability he's got, because when you get that guy out and get him moving, he becomes tight-spined, he becomes short-stepping, and he becomes stabby off each end of his framework. But in terms of handle quality, muscle, and still an acceptable look up front, I think he does a lot of hard-to-do things up to a fine level. I think just looking at him from the side and ring judging or maybe on camera, you can say this is the kind we've gravitated to from the word go today, and absolutely, because that one is elegant to look at. That one is wild in terms of his presentations and his angles to his body. He's shallow-chested, he's bold-flanked. I just didn't think his hip angle helped him in terms of his proportionality. Not only that, when you get inside that guy's skeleton, just not near enough heat in terms of his rib cage to have that bulky body that we see in those two heavyweight sheep we just discussed. I think a meat and potatoes type of a sheep that's coming out in fourth, and one that's commend the young lady for finding one that's square and muscular and still radical in terms of its handle quality and shape. I just didn't think that one just read as lucrative and as exotic in terms of his build that we've seen in those trio that we just chatted with you about. I think the one that needs to be in fifth does so from the fact that this is not my type and kind, but for what he does bring to the table, I think he does a mighty fine job at it. I think he's stout. I think he's muscular. Just in terms of his rear view shot, he is as big backed as any and still goes to the ground with the same viewpoint in terms of that manly impression going and coming. As you guys know by now, he's not built as tidy. He's not built as neat enough. Simply put, I'd like to see his skeleton more elite to go ahead and move him on up any higher. Guys, that was an excellent class to go ahead and round out that heavyweight division. Once again, please show those kids a big congratulations.
The results of Class 4 heavyweights. 10th place, Amanda Brito, Las Cruces, New Mexico. 9th place went to Elena Mock, Franktown, Colorado. 8th place, Blake Homan, Charleston, Illinois. 7th, Callan Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 6th, Jason Hool, Riverton, Wyoming. 5th, Elena Mock, Franktown, Colorado. 4th place, Olivia Sandy, Stephenville, Texas. 3rd place, TJ Rumsey, Greeley, Colorado. 2nd, Hadley Broadwater, Crawfordsville, Indiana. And the winner of class number 4 in the heavyweight division is Grace Moore, San Angelo, Texas. In the ring is the champion drive. Ladies and gentlemen, your heavyweight drive, champion drive for your heavyweights. Out of Class 9, your winner, Stella Amthauer. Class 10, Dylan Simpson. Class 11, Braden Bowers. And Class 12, Grace Moore. Second place in Class 9, Maggie McDonald. 10, Hadley Hendrickson. 11, Alec Anderson. And 12, Hadley Broadwater. This is your champion drive for the heavyweight Blackface division. I was just informed that don't need to show the thirds. It all worked out. But these individuals need to see Morgan up here at the announcer's table. Cole Bynum, Morgan Evans, Anna Vetter, Madden Weiss, and TJ Rumsey. You'll need to see Morgan right after this show, right after this class. Thank you.
Well, as we round out the heavyweight division, the final division in your Blackface show, before we get to talking about them, if you're around ringside, please show all the exhibitors in this heavyweight division a big congratulations and appreciation. You know that the lightweights and middleweight division were so good in terms of just number of high-quality ones, and maybe as you expected, you start getting into the heavyweight sheep here, you don't see maybe the numbers of those ones that you can tee off on and just call elite and unique and whatever special adjective you got in your pocket. But I'm telling you, there's a front row of these things that push any of those ones we slap champions so far in those divisions, and for me, it's going to be very fun to get them back under the bright lights and the green carpet tonight. I haven't done this all day, but thank you. As the last time you'll hear me before tonight, thank you to the ring help and the people behind the scenes. They've pushed these sheep in here at a timely manner, worked with the surface area up to a very professional stage and kept me hydrated and, very enjoyable from my end to do the job that I got contracted out for. I think it comes down to 2 or 3 of these things that just kind kind of tripped my fancy and just hit me like the prior division winners that get to be represented tonight. And as we've done all day, I'm going to visit with you about each and every one of them to show you what's on my mind. And I think the very first thing I said on this guy was absolutely, you could change him in one area just to make him perfect my kind. But after that, that one is a very elite animal for not only what he brings to the table, it's to the degree he does bring to the table without messing anything up. He is overwhelming this particular division in muscle. He is overwhelming this division in regards to back shape and width and substance at the ground. And in terms of just movement, I think a unique attribute that guy possesses is for being the beast of this particular division, if you will. He can get out and hinge appropriately off each end of his framework. And like I said, do it with no hesitation or sacrifice of body quality. Like we picked on that one, he does need to be shallower. I would like to make that one more elite in terms of his look up front, but I think from his scapula back, from his pin bones down to his stifle, to his hock joint, that's an elite animal, and to the degree that he possesses all those high-quality attributes is something you don't see every day of the week. Though the one that pushed him, like I said, if you're just taking a picture of him, that one probably fits me more to the degree of that one is taller fronted. That one is a fraction better shoulder, but after that, he doesn't total up and just put it all together in its entirety like we find in your class winner. I just thought in terms of freshness and ready to go out there and get that blue ribbon, he was at a distinct second just in terms of back shape and muscularity. The one here in second, we were a big fan of in that class, and, rightfully so, because if you look at what I've had to have in all these class winners is just the extra stuff, and boy, he does it. And he does it up to a very, very high level, and that's his look, that's his build, that's his skeleton. I think everything's in check to just deem that one elite and what he offers. And let's talk about a skeleton. He is round-bodied. His rib cage is phenomenal. In terms of his shoulder length, it is short in regards to its shape. And you study his hip length, and it's one of the bigger ones in terms of actual length of rump that we've actually got out here. He's got some muscle, maybe not as much as, definitely not as much as that beast on the right side of him, and maybe not as big as that heavyweight sheep. But I think what makes him unique in my eyes is the muscle he does possess and still keeping the basics and fundamentals alive of being one of those championist animals as far as his look and presentation and his charisma about him, and still having the aesthetics for being a big sheep to be belonging in a show ring setting. I think that one pushed him pretty hard from a couple areas, and from that one's full rib back, that one's a big full ribbed one, that one's a big backed one, and I think that one highlights muscle and dense quality and up to a high level. He's just not simply as built, as elite, and as elegant as that high quality one that we chose to win that class with. A very challenging class was class 3 because there was about every type and kind and shape and color and mold that you could actually have in the sheep industry, and I think it was offered in that class. I thought the one that wins was simply the best one in terms of his basics, and he was the best one not only having the basics, but chasing the extremities of getting him in the front row. I think he's bold about his foot size, he's accurate about his rear leg, he is seamless going down through his back and transitions flawlessly into a square loin and a big upper hip. He might not be as exotic looking as that one we just discussed, but in terms of just having what it takes to get out on the front row of a major stock show, I think he does that to a high degree. The one that pushed him in class was one that I had some issues with. I thought he was showing some extra maturity up front, but he needed to be coming out here and be representative of that class, just in terms of having some muscle, having some width underneath, and still moving appropriately off the back half of his body. And we just concluded this class 4, the heaviest class, with a pair of them that I challenge anybody to find the last class of the day to be that competitive with still youthful animals that belong here. I think the one that wins just hits me in terms of not only their skeleton and basics, but the blueprint of one's anatomy. I think is flawless in that guy. He is monstrous in terms of his back. He is big in terms of his lower stifle joint, and he is so good in terms of his body weight distribution that that I think he does a lot of unique things and needed to be mentioned out here as your representative of your heavyweight division. Taking nothing away of one that highlights balance and proportionality, we picked on that guy for just being a fraction tighter moving, and I think that one was a comfortable decision to leave in second. To me, it comes down to a pair of them. To me, honestly, I think there's you can't do wrong in this, and I think they're the same level as every one of those division and reserves that we tied into. I simply put, I think one's my kind. I think the other one's more elite in terms of parts and pieces. Just doesn't put the extras together maybe like my champion does, but holy buckets, that's going to be a pair of them to bring back out later tonight. Congratulate all those kids. It's been fun, and we'll see you guys later.
While you're clapping, folks, let's give our appreciation to Jordan Ambergy. Our judge for the day did a great job. Mount Sterling, Kentucky, Jordan Ambergy. Thank you. Champion heavyweight goes to Dylan Simpson. Your reserve champion goes to Stella Amthauer.